So I have four things to do. Well, technically I had four, because now I only have two. One of the other two things is lighting. Because what is preparation? What is preparation? I don't know what that word means. Now we're all good. God. Hey everybody! We're back, we're here, we're streaming. Despite a storm. It was messing around with our electronics a couple, like an hour or two ago. I didn't like that, that wasn't fun. But I think, got out of the big part of the storm. I mean, at the very least, the rain has stopped making sound when it fucking hits against my window. So that's good. But if it does get intense, and you just hear boom after boom after boom from the thunder, you'll know why the stream goes offline if it does. And at that point, if it's just... At that point, I might just go, okay, you know what? Yeah, that's the stream for tonight. But anyway, let us get back to episode 3, The Adventure of the Runaway Roo. This case has already been intense as fuck for my throat, and in terms of story intensity for my throat, because oh my god, all of the voices. Okay, so last time we left off, we started the third trial. We left off like in the middle of it, really. We left off around here. We have basically accused these two men of killing the victim, and then throwing him down into the lower level of the carriage, the omnibus, and then blaming it on the Irishman over there that I can't remember. McGill did. That's the one. Anyway, refuting the accusation. We were the only two people up on the roof deck. Dead or alive, I can swear to that. If anything happened where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't have possibly opened it. You're sure, sir, fell through the skylight, or is it proof? Okay, yeah, that was the whole testimony. So we're here to refute it and press for issues. So, at no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck. See that... Okay, whatever, Inosuke. Absolutely not, Dickin. No question about it, he said, not at all. Oh, but yes, of course, I remember seeing them both. Both of the expressions are great here. I saw the victim inside the enclosed cabin talking with this man here. Is this true, Mr. McGilded? Dear me, my lord. At the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off inside him almost immediately. That's an outright lie. Without doubt, you were engaged in... Let me stop you there, fella, and ask, do you have any evidence at all? Any evidence at all? What? Do you have any evidence at all? Why did you say at all twice? Tis is all about evidence in the courts these days, so it is. You do well to remember that. Ugh. Yeah, weren't you the one who asked me for evidence that you killed them? Already. I saw you with my own eyes! This is going so well. Welcome to the life of being an ace attorney, Ryunosuke. It's all about these weird-ass testimonies, dude. If anything, yeah. Oh, oops. Hold on. Okay, 1 second.
Hold it!
Well, it was on the final run of the omnibus at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It would certainly have been quite dark, perhaps too dark to see clearly. Is this some kind of lark? Lark. Isn't that a bird? It's not a bird. Is it a joke, I guess? Is this some kind of joke, he said? Is that what this is? Are you his yes man? Or perhaps one of the other of you fell asleep briefly? Are you fair dinkum, sir? Are you serious, sir? That's what he said. It's impossible, I tell you. I'd give you the keys to the vault. I'd give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in that bit of cold. And if you did manage it, your eyelids would freeze shut and you'd never open them again. That's extreme. Oh, it was extreme, I tell you, and we had to put up with it because this man had locked the door. Any true gent would have unlocked it and let me in when I knocked. I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fella. But you see, I was away with the fairies and I didn't hear you at all. That's a lie. I saw you through the glass. You were talking to someone. No, it was a cold night, so it was. Perhaps you do people do be seeing things that aren't real in the cold. It is hardly surprising. Seeing things? Seeing things? These guys are just fucking duking it out on the stand. I believe we've reached an impasse here on this particular point. You... Don't take it personally now, lad. If I'm a suspect in this case, then 'tis only fair you and the other fiend are too. Open and free competition is what a capitalist society is all about. Sure. Uh-huh. Let's just equate this to capitalism. This isn't a competition I should like to be involved in, really. Oh, oops, I dropped his accent. In any case, none of us knew the first thing about the victim.
Hold it!
So, you had never met Mr. Thrice Fired Mason before? What the fuck is Lummy? Oh, Lum, no! Not once! Never! He never met the man before, he said? Never! And you, Mr. First, you had no prior dealing with the victim either? That's right, sir. Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir. No, I imagine not. You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us had the remotest connection to the gentlemen who were inside the cabin, who were... We'll come back to this point, because I do want to hear all the other testimonies. That's right, this is the motive. This is about motive, and we had none. No motive, And, well, that's not all, is it? Skylight was shut. Good segue there. Bug flew in my mouth. Blech. It's a little gnat. Are you quite certain about that? That skylight was shut the entire time? I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute. He's going to lose his rag with you in a minute. He said his block, not his rag. A rag and block, the same thing. That's what he said. Take a look for yourself. Go on. You see, shot fast now, just like it was on the night. So it is. Of course, a fellow the size of Mr. Mason could likely break through it, through it still and all. What? Just looking at the size of the thing, you understand. Just looking at the size of the thing, you understand. Oh, now you hold on a minute, sir. The size of the ting means nothing. Not on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Let's stop biting Arcane, shall we? I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, I broke wind loudly. I shocked myself with it as it happens. This is an honest. I love that he farted so fucking loud. He's just like, oh shit. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. Oh, I just mean to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see? But just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Looking daggers at me, sir, when as red as a rug I did. Are you expecting me? Shit. That's so good. Are you expecting me to sentence you? Hold on, let me turn down my voice a bit. Are you expecting me to sentence you? Oh, no, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be opened. I tried and tried when I was inside that cabin of shame.
That ain't.
Cabin of shame. Ah, 2 points I can press, I see. The skylight doesn't open, you say? So that proves it. We couldn't have kicked the victim down into the cabin below, I tell you. Neither of us could. Nobody mentioned anything about kicking anyone. Like I said, these details are little nuggets at best. It's a mother lode we should be looking for. You're so sure the victim fell through the skylight. Where's your proof?
Hold it!
Proof. That's right, I demand to hear it. We came here to say what we saw, I tell you, not for this. You call us both... Bro, what is this slang? What is this slang? What is it? What does shicer mean? I need to know what shicer means. Not shivers, you fucking... God damn it, Google. Hi, beautiful lone American Californian beer. Speaker. Hi, Batata. Hold on, Shicer. It's a noun, a swindler, or any unscrupulous person. That's what a shicer is, apparently. All right. I can say that yes, I am accusing you of being a shicer. Brand us as criminals. You call us liars. That's what he means, and accuse us of doing it. God. As it stands at the moment, there's no hard evidence that incriminates yourselves now, is there? I believe we're in much the same position as one another here. If I don't crack this case soon, he'll crack his teeth. I wonder if these two men really were involved in some way. I couldn't say. I mean, I really don't know anything about them, do I? Although, by the same token, I don't really know anything about Mr. McGilded either. It's so hard to know what to believe here. I think we should try to remember that it's evidence alone that can truly determine the outcome of a trial. Evidence? No one can argue against decisive evidence, including the members of the jury. So you're saying that what we need now is to find a conclusive piece of... Wow, that was a fucking great insight there, Mr. Sato. It's not like I already knew that. God. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, precisely. God. Okay. I must do the first thing about... Oh, oops. Alright, let's press him on that issue again. Nice facial expressions, sir. Thank you. Alright, let's see here.
Well, no.
Alright.
Excuse me.
Mr. McGilded? Yeah, yes, counsel, what can I be doing for you? What can I be doing you for? Did the witness's last statement give you a pause of thought somehow? Not the remotest connection. Is that right now, I wonder? What are you insinuating now? Ah, Mr. Fairplay, t'has been too long. T'has been too long. It has. If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe 'tis fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date. I beg your pardon. You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. At an unconscionable rate of interest. Trick me. It's extortion. Well, now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? The sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fellow to pass his crimes off on another. And young Mr. First. Me, sir? What do you want with me? You do be making hats for a living, do you not? That top hat sliding about your head. Is that one of your own creations, is it? Oh, well, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand? I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. The perfect fit, is it? Well, 'tis a very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch. Customers, such as thrice fired Mason. There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence, of former lord.
Oh, this you mean?
Oh, I see. Aha! It's a patchwork hat. Something that Mr. First might have made. I see. I can't help thinking that poor fellow's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? Oh. That's one of my hats. Aye, that it is. So it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. So they do have connections, I see. The sort of customer I'd wager you could have had a wee quarrel with over distinctiveness of goods. Oh, no, sir. Absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that two fellas here haven't the remotest connection with the victim, you see. I rest me case.
You little weasel! Ah,
He's better at this than I am. Gosh, Mr. McGillen surely has been throwing his research, hasn't he? Please don't let me please don't let me little interruption hold up in the proceedings. Okay, I guess we know nothing about the man then. Okay, so this I have to press as well. Because I forgot her name. Lagrange? I don't think it's Lagrange. Just gonna... One second. We gotta get to the point where we gotta press her. Come on. I do love that I do love the judge just goes. The judge just goes, fucking, or you expect me to sentence you?
Wait, that ain't.
And now we go to...
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Alright, female voice, and time for female Cockney voice. Let me just lube up the throat a little bit here. Miss Lestrade! It opens. The skylight. That's what we're talking about, right? All them skylight opens, dead easy. More easily than you can load that weapon. That's a lie. That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, You can't do it from inside, you mug. You can't do it from inside, you mug. Oh. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck on one of them dregs, and I had a great hole. I had a great hole. A great hole. I mean, I had purses coming out of my ears.
Miss Lestrade, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities.
Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't... Oh, there is, like, a couple of bugs that are just fucking at me. They're just coming up on me, dude. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't hop off the bus and leg it. So what I did was I used the skylight, opened the catch and jumped right through. What? Yeah, the catch from the skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin. The skylight opens from the roof deck?
Bailiff! Climb up on the roof and on the omnibus at once and verify the witness's claims.
Oh, my hat. Oh, my car! The Street Fighter? Oh, my hat! See?
Order! So it appears the street girl's statement is quite true.
Did you really have to call her a street girl? And I guess it's true. I guess it's true. I don't believe it. The skylight opens, and from the roof deck. Mr. Naruhodo! This could be the clue that we're looking for.
Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. So the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. Associate the victims with the skylight. Oh, come on. Oh, yeah, that's right. I gotta do this thing here. So the skylight was fastened shut before. But now the catch has been undone. We should be able to open it. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. So I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. It's not good for us. Okay. I don't see any evidence I can use here. Let's examine all this stuff again here. Okay, let's go through all the statements here. We've already done all the pressing, but I want to go through them once again. They all fit together. So, the only two people on that roof deck, dead or alive, I can swear to that. If anything had happened where we were sitting, I don't think one or the other of us would have noticed. In any case, neither of us knew the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly opened it. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight. I think I need to actually press these again.
Hold it!
So, you had never met Mr. Thrice Fired Mason before? Oh, no, yeah, it's the same thing. Never mind. I mean, I don't know what to press here, so not press. I don't know what to present for any of this here. Largish. I don't want to press it. Hold on, you know what? Let's save here. So far, the cases have been kind of like straightforward, like on where you need to press and stuff. But this is the point where I might have to do some brute forcing. No, fuck, oops. the ledger.
Objection!
Nope. Fuck. Shit. Neither of us knew the first thing about the victim, and there was no killing. Well, okay, let's do the omnibus thing again here. Okay. Okay. Oh god, okay. Okay, so there's nothing we can really do here in terms of examining the evidence. So let's go to the next statement here. And present the omnibus, I guess?
Objection!
Nope. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. I did press this, right? Yeah, I did. I'm gonna go out on a limb here. Inside the omnibus, on the floor now, right now, is a blood stain. Stab, open, push, blood. So I'm gonna go out on a limb.
Objection!
And the limb was completely wrong. Sweet! Fuck, what the hell am I supposed to press? Those statements didn't give me any fucking... Didn't give me fucking anything. Let's press this again, see if there's anything different.
Hold it!
Oh, okay, it's different. Sorry, I thought I heard a voice call me. Whatever. But we now know the skylight does in fact open. And what's more, the catch that secures it is found on the roof deck inside. The roof deck side. This is getting... what the fuck is Uncas? Alright, look up ice cream candy. Like Dale candy, what is candy? You're getting flaming Uncas. Absurd, okay, yeah. It's getting absurd, he said. Completely absurd. That's right, neither of us knew, even knew this guy had a catch. If we did know, we couldn't have opened it, and if we didn't open it,
He couldn't have kicked the fella down.
Please, where is this idea about kicking the victim through the skylight coming from? Whoever designed these carriages anyway? Fancy not being able to open the skylight from the inside. Oh, what breaking wind? Didn't they think about that? God. No point in having a skylight if you can't spare berries for your embarrassment, is there? We're really getting off topic here. If you actually have a point to pray, do enlighten the rest of us.
I'll tell you what my point is.
That gave us nothing. I don't know what to present here. I don't want to look up a walkthrough already. Especially on stream. I want to figure this out. I wouldn't know what the hell to press, what the hell to present. I don't know what the hell I'm doing, honestly. It's getting to the point where it is just not giving me any hints here. I'm on my last pressing point. I'm on my last pip of health, if you will. I don't know what the hell to press, man. I mean, present. Well, maybe... This is...
Objection!
Yep. Off base as fuck. Well, you know what? Let's see the game over. Let's see the game over.
Thank you, Council. That will do. I've seen enough. According to the powers vested in me by Her Majesty the Queen, I do declare no further examination necessary. You ready, Mr. Foreman? Certainly, my lord. Certainly, my lord. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will announce your findings of the court in turn, please.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
I gave them completely different voices.
I hereby find the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded, guilty. I thank the good ladies and gentlemen of the jury for their swift and insightful contemplation. That is all. The court is adjourned.
Game fucking over. Resume a saved game.
Hold it!
Oh, okay, so, yeah, now we know. I don't know what the hell to do here. Let's go back to this, I guess. Okay, yeah, it's not gonna give me any. I don't have any fucking decisive evidence. That's the problem, is I don't know what the hell.
Hold it!
Oh, oops. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, we're not getting anywhere. We're doing this on 70. Didn't they say she was 15? Whatever. Ow. Hmm. Oh. God, I don't know what the hell. I don't have anyone to ask in the chat, I don't think. Anyone in the chat know? Is anyone in the chat? Anyone in the chat that can give me a direction or a hint of some kind? The other is clearly visible if its fate is probably appeared by a head. I'm silent, I'm just trying to think. Go through the statements and then go through the evidence at the same time here. Only 2 people alive on the roof deck, dead or only two people on the roof deck, dead or alive, I can swear to that. The autopsy report doesn't really prove anything of that. The crime scene photograph basically proves that. And it's another glove. Gloves don't do anything for it. The omnibus, maybe? But it really doesn't prove anything. Hold on. It's gonna... Murder weapon definitely doesn't do anything. The debtor's ledger doesn't do anything. Alright. Autopsy, no. Photograph. No. Other gloves, no. Oh, we must know. Oh god, I'm so really yelling. Ah, fuck. Yeah, in the middle of a no. know. But none of this really works here. None of the crime. I've presented the crime scene photo, the debtor's ledger. I don't think anything else would work here. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Ow. Shit. Alright, I'm just... My neck to loosen up. Ow. Oh, great, I have a shoulder blade pain. Yeah, fuck. Okay, I have no idea what the fuck. I'm so sorry for all this yawning. I don't know why I'm yawning so much. We presented that. That there too. Sucks we can't get any prints on the knife. The prints from the knife, I should say. Oops. Oh god, I swallowed that one hard. I'm trying to think, man. There's nothing here. There's nothing here. We're already stuck. God, we just started here. Fucking stuck. Shame to say, I'm gonna have to look this up on the walkthrough. But we're also gonna take a break so I can fucking wake up. Oh my god. So we're gonna take a small 10-minute break. Yes, quite. And we're going to yeah, we're gonna take a small 10-minute break. So I suggest you guys go get a snack, or get a drink, go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, feed your animals if you have any, if they need to be fed, and also let them out. And as always, we'll have our good friend Sora running the stream while we are gone. So I will see you guys in a bit. Hello. So, I apparently fucking missed something. We're back, by the way. I have a drink and all that. But apparently we fucking missed something. It says, okay, so there's a... Look. Its inner frame reveals a bloodstain. Which I cannot fucking see. Do you guys see it? I don't see a bloodstain. Like on the frame, I don't see a bloodstain. I don't see a bloody thing. Hold on. Oh wait, do I have to go and then look up? Hold on. That might be it. Might be it. Ah, there it is. Okay. Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone like you through, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. Why someone like me? Ah! What is it? Look! Just here, look at this! Yeah, I completely fucking missed this, and I blame myself, but also I don't. It's like a 50-50, like, oh, okay, yeah, no. Like... Yeah, no, that was my fault, and also like okay, why the fuck would I go in and check? I went in to check, but I didn't even think I could look up to the skylight, to be honest. That's without question. It's blood. Why would there be a blood stain here? Surely, it can't be unrelated to the case, can it? Details of the omnibus have been updated. So now, we apparently press on the, we apparently present on the 5th statement. We present the omnibus.
Objection.
On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach. And immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are facts, and the irrefutable proof. Hold on. Hold on. Alrighty. Remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us in this very courtroom. What? Hey, that's utter humbug. You can't possibly have any evidence. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you. It's impossible. irrefutable proof here in this courtroom.
Counsel,
My lord,
I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here, Where exactly within this omnibus is the evidence to which you allude? We'll point out what this proves that the victim fell through the roof of the skylight. We'll point that out, and it is right here. Okay, hold on. That right there.
oh, hold on. God damn it. Hold on, we've already seen this. We've already seen this statement. Bro. Sorry I didn't fucking present it. I hate that there's two different buttons in this type of situation.
Got it!
By Jupiter, is that blood?
This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my! And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. No! I didn't do any accent for that, I'm sorry. Also, I broke incredibly. God damn.
Order!
Hold it!
Hold it. But. Said what in the butt? Sorry. What, the blood? It could have sprayed everywhere! No, the knife was stuck in his chest, you idiot! The knife was stuck in the man's chest. But the blood could have sprayed up now when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. And only found its way to one particular spot in the skylight. Sure, and that would be very convenient. And let's keep it in mind that the skylight catch only can be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But what's in the There's no way we know for certain, is there? If the gent really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? 'Tis all too plain, if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fellow dropped from a fair height there, right there, so it is. What? No! But it can't be. It's all lies!
Hold it!
Sorry. My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof the defendant's innocence, can't we?
I believe we can, yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom.
So they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they?
As she furiously records everything said in the room.
I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. Won't tolerate it.
I always knew the nice gentleman who gave us a delightful park couldn't have done such a thing.
On three then, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Objection!
A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded. Oh, and what would you be referring to there, Lord Van Zieks? A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed. Well, yeah, we didn't see it first. We didn't see it. I mean, yeah, I'm definitely, like, kind of like, this is a different carriage. The last time I was like, this is definitely a different carriage. Because of the blood stain on the floor. I was like, where the fuck did that come from? Jesus Christ. That was very much retweeted by people. Sorry. Just, looking at things in chat.
Objection!
What are you talking about? It's there for all to see, and it's clearly blood.
Objection!
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. They ain't found shit. I'm sorry, just comb. So I can state with absolute surety, no such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least, not until this trial began. But...
Are you suggesting, Lord Van Zieks, that that stain of blood was...
fabricated, my lord? Yes. And while this court has been in session... What? It makes sense. What a palaver. I must say I didn't expect such cruel reasoning from a prosecutor of your standard, Lord Van Zieks. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. McGilded, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. I'm sorry? You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilda's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Tut, tut, Lord Van Zieks. This will not do, to be sure. Will it now, counsel? Oh, no. I think it is fair. It's fair to say that. Fair to say, this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say? He's still over there with it twirling his wine. This is so disturbing that I must twirl my wine. But if yous if yous will all cast your minds back, is it not true the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly put a smear of blood in it without the world and his wife seeing? Isn't that right now, counsel? We're aiding a guilty man. We're aiding a guilty man. This isn't the first time this has happened in an Ace Attorney game. technically. I mean, yeah, yes, basically. The end of Game 2. Spoilers, but the end of Game 2, we had our client was technically guilty of the crime. He hired an assassin to kill someone. So he was technically guilty of the crime. So we're technically guilty, aiding a guilty man. Anyway, he is not right now, Counsel. It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time the court has been in session. My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words. As you wish. It could have been possible. As a defense lawyer, my job is to advocate for the defendant as best as I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There is no evidence to suggest the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Oh?
Good gracious! Explain yourself, Counsel.
Mr. McGilded over there is like, what the fuck? You're here to be defending me? Yes, there is. Seems my learned Nipponese friend. Stop calling me Nipponese. I know I'm from Nippon, pretty sure, but like, fucking hell. Can you stop? It's making me hate you. He's using Nipponese as an insult, is basically what he's doing, and I hate it. Has no intention of running from this deceit.
Deceit?
I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly. The recess that we had, we were forced to take. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. Bang! What is going on? Don't have to, read this, really? The courtroom was filled with smoke and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, you rotten feckless gouger? Feckless gouger? You're supposed to be defending me. 'Tis a wicked plot. 'Tis a plot to undermine me, so it is.
Objection!
Whatever you think it is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. Ugh. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus.
Inconsistencies? Such as?
To start with, the storage compartment underneath the passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, the compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning.
Unfortunately, Lord Van Zieks, No one is able to corroborate your claims.
That's true. The omnibus was first wheeled out. Both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut. Yes, but Ryunosuke, we investigated those. Ryunosuke. Fucking really? We investigated those.
Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish any certainty.
What do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus. Anything else unusual about the omnibus? Yes. I have an inkling. My lord.
Yes, Counsel.
There's one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial.
What?
What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare to betray me, you little maggot, you'd better be.
Objection!
Silence, Mr. McGillis. Hold on. You'd better start watching your back. Oh, fuck. Silence, McGilded. The court awaits the defense's clarification. Gah. This trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here?
I shall have to ask you to elaborate, Counsel. Where exactly is the alleged mark that you claim appeared at some point during the trial? It's right, here, sir.
God damn it. Where's that? I don't know.
Got it!
What seemed like Cabin 4 was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom.
Good Lord! Yes, I do believe you're correct, Counsel.
Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that it was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether the evidence is genuine or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. Ooh, this trial is over. Mr. McGilted? I've done everything possible to cooperate with the court, but 'tis all over now. But you're the defendant. 'Tis over, I tell you. Oh my God, that face. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw. 'Tis all nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is that bloodstain is there now. Well, and over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. Ugh. I'm scandalized, so I am. I'd thought better of Lord Van Zeeks. Well, my lord.
I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of individuals cannot stand as evidence.
Oh fuck, is he gonna go free?
At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in the question is very much in existence. In the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say it would be improper for this trial to continue.
Your lordship, your lordship can't be serious.
Lord Van Zeeks, what is your position?
The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. He's gonna go free. We aided a guilty man and he's gonna go fucking free.
Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, of course, I'm of course obliged to confirm with the defense first.
What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded will be found not guilty. Yes. Which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really alright if the trials have come to an end now? With all these unexplained inconsistencies?
Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please.
Yes, my lord. Defense believes... Oh my god. You're really gonna make me do this? Can I save? Just gonna save that in slot 3 here. Just gonna make sure nothing happens here. Dude's guilty. He's gotta be. There's no way he's not. He fabricated the bloodstains. He got someone to fabricate these fucking bloodstains. There's no way. I'm here in this courtroom today to advocate for defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest to fully to the defendant's innocence.
What are you saying? What are you saying, man?
Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent.
Good gracious me! Order! This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling the accused innocence into question. Are you of sound mind?
Oh, 'twas a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was. A grand decision. What? I must say, didn't expect quite such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles. Your job here is done, fella. And some fine work you've done, so you have. What do you mean? 'Tis just as the right honourable gentleman so succinctly put it afore. The trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it now? Nothing more than a formality. Yeah, my lights just flickered. Oh God.
I really don't know what to make of all this. What was the evidence we say genuine, or was it fake?
His lordship would be fuming, and any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said. furiously types. This stinking rich are always guilty of something. You mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us that lovely park.
Now that proceedings have unfolded in this way, I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea.
I thank you kindly, my lord.
I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court.
Objection!
But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain of the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth.
Lord Van Zieks,
My lord.
the case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place.
My sincerest apologies, my lord.
Objection!
But wait! When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zieks ordered the evidence to be secured.
I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter.
That's so unfair.
The culpability of the defendant has not at the present time been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. What?
Well, Lord Van Zieks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense.
You mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time?
'Tis the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGilded. Good grief, you're more to say to me, have you? Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over. Well, something to be looking forward to then.
I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded,
Not guilty. That doesn't feel good. That hardly feels at all good. I can't believe it! This is an outrage! They should have examined the evidence more! What are you talking about? The man's been cleared! He's innocent! Jesus Christ. That doesn't feel good. That doesn't at all. Wow. Holy shit. With the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. My first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end. With the defendant being found not guilty, ostensibly a victory for us. Here comes the gunfire. Bang, 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 bang. Jesus. That certainly was a long trial. Yes, it was. Your first ever trial on foreign soil, and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Mr. Sato, thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. Trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that! The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. Hold on. Notice my earbud is incredibly dirty. There we go. You carried out your duty to perfection. Aye, that you did! Motherfucker. Mr. McGilded. Ah, and the girl was with him too. Paid her off. Well, it seems the stories are true. Oh, what stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks they'd be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Yes, definitely. I'd heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I've you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not really sure I did anything. What on earth are you saying, fella? Oh fuck! Oops. How did I walk out if they're a free man then? I don't think it was much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. And there's water under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared. But nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? Aye. They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and absurd deed. 'Tis grand, is it not? I suppose it is. Now, the fine fellas of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out me any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I have absolute faith in them, I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. It's not that funny. So then, as we agreed beforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much. Arabi Wist, you're a humble person, are you? You from the east? Well, if you insist. But have this. Still in all, you deserve a reward.
Hold on. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Everything is ready, sir. If you would like to follow me into the courtroom.
Into the courtroom? Oh, what's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's no inconvenience, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. Sorry? What inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again? Now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as not a member of a London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. 'Tis a gentleman's duty, so it is. This motherfucker. So then, fare thee well. It was an absolute pleasure meeting yous. I hope you have a whale of a time while you're studying here in Great Britain. There he goes, a free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Don't move. Whereas I want to say get a move on, she really does take a forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting the thing down? You're a grown-up. Sorry? I hate all grown-ups. Ah, there you are. Oh, what the fuck? Naughty, naughty, running off like that. Is this some kind of picnic? What is this music? Hold on. What are those pops? What is this song? Whose little girl is this little girl now? And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the run trial of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ha! What the fuck? What is happening? Oh, do you want to... British accent. Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me. Gah. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor? Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more white. If you had to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty color. I thought to myself. Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though, at all? I just took my eyes off it for a moment. Well, I was changing into a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I filled it with a telegraphic beacon. I tell her, what's it? What? I have no idea what this girl is talking about. Anyway, you're coming with me now, back to my laboratory. What? What for? To apologize, of course, silly, to my technician. What? You mean say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Certainly an adult has told you that before. An adult? Humph, I don't listen to no adults. Come along then. Now follow me. Fine, have it your way. Oh, good. You see, I knew you'd do the right thing in the end. I'm fairly sure that what she wants is not to get shot by that massive gun of yours. We'll be leaving now, now then. Bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss. What the fuck? She was a lively one. I saw that character in promotional art, but like, what the fuck? Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too? Yes, you're right. But Plick is playing Pokemon Sword. Where to? Oh! We haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London, we had to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend the day in search of lodgings. But at this late hour on the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. If worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park where you can spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park. I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London will freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elderly one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. Now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilda down. 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room or mansion. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead. Just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned, the case was far from over. Okay. Amine!
What's going on? Get the fire brigade! Water! Bring water, quick! What the? How did this happen?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating. No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there.
This can't be.
Did he? Did Lorenzi do this? Who is in there? Who is in there? Hold on. What a fucking end! Okay, sure. What in the fuck? Oh, fucking hell. What in the honest fuck is going on? The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro? Sure. Oh wow, we're almost... We're almost done? Wow, okay, sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Cool. Yes, start playing from this episode, of course. Why did I not do that?
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo? No, not at all. It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious, I felt like we were staying in a palace. Although the gaslight twinkling was brighter than the day, even in the middle of the night. What about the enormous beds? After my time on the SS Buria, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. Spent the entire night rolling from side to side. According to my phone, we're still live. But that was a lot of flickering just then. One big second. Make sure that's something here. Looks like according to my... Yep, we're still live. Okay, cool. Had to make sure. There was a lot of flickering. I spent in the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. Oh yes, it really was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except, when I learned that we owed £3 to the rooms, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Oops, sorry about that. The building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered into it without thinking. In a lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. That's how moving from place to place works. Fucking an apartment in California and an apartment in Missouri. You could have the same You could have the same goddamn apartment. And they would be... Oh my god. Bro. Okay, whatever. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. I really am sorry. Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less. London is a scary place. Good morning to you this early hour. Yes, we are, well... Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report the outcome of the trial of the Old Bailey yesterday. Sato-san was amazing. She didn't even bat an eyelid, even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart. Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practices. Oh, yes, it was very eye-opening. Thank you. In accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Nara performed his duty to the end. Yes, I've already been apprised of events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. Oh, no longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. My country is delighted to welcome a young talent from such a remote eastern land. Thank you very much. So I'm a lawyer now. Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust it won't be a problem. Another case? Already? Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. I'm sure I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. What was the lawyer? There was a case. I don't remember who the one of the witnesses, one of the killer was. I don't remember his name, but he was also part of the justice system. Forgot his fucking name, but he wrote. Strongheart reminds me of him. Man was cleared. What more are you hoping for? Are you gonna flashback? Don't have to do this. Oh, hey, while we're with this this here flashback, if you didn't see on Twitter today, I got I have all of the components for the spoopy streams. I have E-Ball downloaded. I have Little Nightmares all downloaded, and I have my copy of Fatal Frame. So we are all good for spoops. We are all good for this. I didn't have time to investigate. Hold on. Did not have time to investigate. Hold on, what the fuck? Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Oh, okay. Never mind. All right. Hold on. Wrong one. Anyway. So, yeah, I didn't have time to, research if, based on a true story had any merit to it. So, hold on, as we're going through this. Oh, well, we're done. Whatever, hold on. Okay, so no, Fatal Frame is not directly based on a true story. The game was, however, based on real Japanese urban legends and ghost stories. Fuck you, Fatal Frame. God damn it. I just can't help but wondering if Mr. McGilded really was innocent. Mr. Naruhodo! Ooh, I accidentally gave her an accent. It's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended. Well, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer. Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? Magnus McGilded passed away immediately. He was in the cart. He did set the fire. Oh my god. What the hell? Immediately following the trial. No! What? Mr. McGilded is dead? I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. Okay. I don't understand what happened. How can he be dead? After the trial concluded yesterday, it was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you'll presumably recall, the omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom. Yes, of course, that was the scene of the crime which Mr. McGilda had been accused of. Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames. No. How could such a thing have happened? That is being investigated as we speak. But already, the police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of McGilded. That's awful. The man must have slipped inside whilst the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. The bailiff really needs to pay more attention. And how could that have happened? That is also being investigated as we speak. Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilda did mention going back to the courtroom to look at the omnibus. Yeah. They're going to examine the omnibus. Oh yeah. I already read those. I don't need to read this. I literally just read this stream. An inspection of the omnibus? Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. What? But then who was Mr. McGilda talking about? Never mind that now. Never mind that now. Yard is making a thorough investigation. The matter is no longer a concern of yours. Leave it to the police. Or Mr. McGilda. British court. So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was wow. Mr. Naruhana means that the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of Great Britain's long history. It's really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old. Wow, Sato-san has such a way with words. And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. The most advanced in the world, is it? It was fortunate. Simple affair, yep. Not your first trial was a simple affair. Simple? That was simple? As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose. I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple. The circumstances of the case were so incriminating that I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Is something funny? No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent. Wouldn't you agree? Well, I don't know about that. Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much, at least, is undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I prepared a new case for you that I mentioned before. What's going on? What was he going to say before? Yeah, there's some fishy here. Could you perhaps give us more details about the new case you mentioned? Don't tell me it's a murder, and the trial starts in 10 minutes. Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or quite as urgent as your last assignment. In fact, this case is completely different. Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? That is to say, no one has died. As yet. As yet. That doesn't inspire confidence. And the trial will not be today. Plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. So the trial's tomorrow then. Is everything alright? Oh, yes. I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was... well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't know if I could face standing in that courtroom again after Mr. McGilda's trial. Ah, yes, I nearly forgot. There is one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense. Oh. If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. If that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome. The most terrible end awaits the defendant. Yes, that's right. Ugh, here we go again. Your time is up. You will have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. There is now about 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits. Last time he mentioned 23 hours, he said there was plenty of time. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There is something I should like to ask you. Oh, what's that? Yesterday, you remarked upon something. That you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds. Oh, well, Kazuma always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world worked so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself. And there's another thing. Oh. Another thing? Continue. On the way here, he's on the steamship. He said something to me. Something very important I have to do. Something very important. And what exactly would that be? He never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done if he'd ever made it to the Great Britain. You're out of time. Well, thank you for an enlightening discussion. Mr. Naruhodo, what's all this about? Mr. Asogi never once mentioned anything of the sort to me. I urge you both to focus your attention on the matter at hand. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of this case. He'll be able to apprise you of the details. How long has he been there? Yeah, that's a good question. So, I wish you the best of luck, and bid you farewell. Fuck. Something very important that I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what did you mean? I wish I knew, but honestly, he never told me. Anyway, we had better talk to the detective, don't you think? Yes, you're right. I hope I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. I'm gonna examine the whole thing here. Oh wait, I already did. Hold on. He is having lunch, I see. Could we trouble you? What do you think? Lovely weather, isn't it? What's the weather got to do with anything? Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some frippery about the weather doesn't get every English gent eaten out of your hand, you know. Oh, but Sato-san told me it was foolproof. I'm a busy man. Very busy man. It's a crime scene to investigate, and if I am here having to give the likes of you were talking to. Oh, I'm ever so sorry. Can you imagine what the other officers there will be saying, I haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with bigwigs these days. All because some bumpkin. My God. Who's here on a jaunt from a country I've never even heard of? Hear that ripping sound? It's my reputation at the yard going to tatters. Rip us apart as well. I don't believe you've been introduced. This is me, Mr. Ryunosuke Hodo, a defense lawyer. Eh? It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Eh? It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? It is unseasonably fine, I grant you. And the winters don't see a lot of sunshine. Unbelievable. How did you pull that off? So, Lord Strongheart has asked me to fill you in on the case. Name's Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you. It's from Scotland Yard. I went into Australian. Sorry there. Gregson? Inspector Gregson? What's the matter with Sato-san? Does this detective mean something? Name mean something to her? Inspector Gregson. Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson? You're acting like you know this man, Mr. Sato, but he's a London detective. Oh, I do know him very well, in fact. Very well? Of course. Yes, he features prominently in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Oh, in that publication. What's it called then? Rand's Magazine? That's right! Inspector Gregson and Mr. Holmes enjoy a wonderful friendly rivalry. Really? You rival Mr. Holmes? That's incredible. Oh, well, I don't know about that. Mr. Holmes is a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with goods from time to time. Mr. Holmes is equal complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregson is the pick of a bad lot at all the Scotland Yards. Yarders. Those are his own words. That's his highest praise? Well, Mr. Holmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see. That he is not. Thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London now. That's great, isn't it? I have to admit, to start with, I was a little flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand. My reputation at the yard went through the roof. Well, that's wonderful. No, it's not! Nothing more sinister from that than the man on the street. People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure. Rumors? Are you quite sure? You changed it to start appearing those stories. Fame's gone to his head, stuff like that. Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you? Like I said, they whisper, so I can't catch exactly what they're saying. But I know what folk are like. I'm sure that's what they're saying, and sure as eggs is eggs. Eggs are technically chicken excretions, not eggs, but sure. Hold on.
Alright, let me just check on someone. Hold on, I'm just looking for a bit. Sorry. I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work. Oh dear, perhaps such a sudden rise in fame does change people. Hold on, I'm just looking. Sorry. Nothing to tell, really. As far as we're concerned at the yard, it couldn't be simpler. Oh dear, that probably means... As far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated. Yep. But she's still laid up in hospital, unconscious. Unconscious.
That's despicable. What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind?
I would suppose you would have finished whoever it was off with a Sasato takedown, would you?
That is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruto.
Brace yourself for your Nosuke, you've angered her now. Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. Barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest.
So, there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit? Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question?
Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one.
Sorry?
Nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now.
Why ever not?
Simple. Prosecutor's been assigned to the trial tomorrow. Lord Barak von Zeeks.
Isn't it Lord Baron von Zeeks?
No. Sounds like you've heard of him then.
Oh yes, we're very familiar with Lord Von Zeeks. Believed to be the harbinger of death himself, death itself. Reaper of the Bailey. Lord Barrick. Okay, I guess it was Barrick. Mr. McGilda told us about him before the trial, didn't he?
We're really gonna go back there?
Hold on.
Hold on.
Okay, so damned doesn't always mean found guilty. Mr. McGilda was the accused, and he was burned alive. Now, if that's not damned, I don't know what is. Holy shit. This Reaper of the Bailey nickname. Oh, I suppose he's earned that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty, is that it? Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector. That in yesterday's trial against Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty.
Huh. And what of it?
Oh, well, I think that means even against the Reaper of the Bailey, that's not impossible to save the defendant.
No, you really don't have a clue, do you?
What do you mean?
What happened to that bloke in the end, eh? He's dead.
Ah.
Magnus McGilty came a cropper in that omnibus when it went in flames. So you can't really rightly say you saved the defendant, can you?
What are you saying?
Look, if Van Zeeks could get the dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. Well, that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles. He works magic. Black magic. I'd have a good long think about that if I were you.
Are we really supposed to believe that?
And then he goes on eating. Right, well, I filled you in as requested, and I'm very nearly out of chips. So I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. Still carrying out a few investigations there.
It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place?
That's correct, ma'am. And if you head over to the Holden cells, you can meet the criminal himself.
You've branded him a criminal already?
He's as good as. Shaking like a leaf in his cell he is. I'll give you a chuckle if nothing else. He's in Mike 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way.
Inmate 53. Thank you. There's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say. Something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? To tell you the truth, when I recall their trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage too. But if the man they've arrested is innocent, you could well imagine he'll be shaking like a leaf in a cell. And I, for one, wouldn't be find the side of that funny. So, if I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try. So I think I'm going to make inquiries. Will you help? Did you really think you had to ask? After all, I am your judicial assistant. Thank you. So then, shall we? Yes! Let's go! Alright. I'm gonna go to the prison. I wanna see this guy myself first. I wanna see the accused first. Bang, 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 bang. God. So these are British prison cells. Oh, they're ghastly. Feels like a dungeon. Yes, and having experience in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo, you're making it seem worse. Apparently our client is in the cell here. It's so dark at the back that I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like.
Inmate 53, your legal representative is here to see you. I'm stop hiding in the back of the cell and show your face at once.
Am I a cat? As yet with no oh no. Calling me by a number. I'm utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer. Oh God. Hi, Batata, how you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what? What do you think is going on here? I have no idea, but I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That tirade of complaints was in Japanese. So I don't have to use an American accent, sweet. Oh my god! Looks like Edgar Allan Poe. Excuse me, but who? Shh! Quiet! They're all around, hiding. I know they are. They're watching, listening. Even now, I can sense it. Who, pray tell? Right. So, could I ask you who exactly? There you are! You've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it. You're a ghost. You're a ghost. A ghost? God. You mean you no harm, prisoner? Prisoner, son. You could have just said, sir. Are you Japanese by any chance? This is beyond my wildest dreams. Dear Christ. Forgive me for that outburst before. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine. We're just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it! I've been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am in a frightful fix in a foreign land. So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in this damp, dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment. I love this character. I love him. He's so good. Already, he's an Ace Attorney character, man. He is the most Ace Attorney of Ace Attorney characters. Who could have guessed this new client Lord Stronger assigned to us turned out to be a fellow Japanese? Ah, what compassion my fellow countrymen show! To dispatch a first-class lawyer, first class, all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. Noble, nurturing, ever-failing Nippon! A first-class lawyer? Oh dear, I think there's been something I'm misunderstanding here. I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what's happened? Why I've been detained as a suspect, for example? Yes, I can, I will. Shan't stay sullen and silent. Is what you're studying here interpretive dance? Because it seems that way. Or theater. Like... I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. Yeah, yes he does. I just hope he has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. Yes, I already worked out today. Don't need to alarm me. I worked out earlier, you see. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And I am Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant. Susato Mikitoba. Fuck. Oh god. I am a visiting student sent here by our government. Notoriously named Natsume. Seki Natsume. And on that note, I think we're going to take a break here. So, suggest you guys go get a snack, go get a drink, go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, feed your animals if you have any, if they need to be fed, and also let them out. And as always, we will have our good friend Sora running the stream while we are gone. We'll also be running an ad, because I need to start doing those more often anyway. So I will see you guys here in a bit. I have no idea what the fuck's going on with Twitch or something. Or Streamlabs. I got a follower. Foregathers, I thank you for the follow. I didn't get any notification of it. Also, my follower count technically hasn't fucking changed. It's like for every person that follows me, I get someone who unfollows me. What the fuck? But Foregathers, thank you for following. Thank you for the follow. Hopefully you stick around. Hopefully you're not discouraged by me not even noticing you were following me. That is on Twitch and or Streamlabs. I did not get any notification. So what I don't know what the hell happened there. But whatever. I hope you're still here. I hope you're still watching. I hope you're still having fun. This was a half hour ago. This was not when I was, like, you know, when I was, on a break just then. That was a half hour ago. Yeah, my activity feed on my manager doesn't say anything either. Am I mistaken? Because I got an email about it too. Like, hold on, just. Huh. Weird. Whatever. Well, time to converse with Soseki Natsume. Soseki Natsume. Son. What an unusual name.
Call me Soseki, please. I'm a poet, you see. A writer of haiku. It's something of a nom de plume.
A nom de plume? You mean an alias? That's right, Naruto-san.
No! Don't be so prosaic. It's much more refined than that.
And haiku? That really reminds me of home. Did I hear you say that you're a visiting student sent out over here by the government?
Yes, that's right. A year ago, I was told to go and study English. At first, I had to suffer that misery, and now this. It's beyond the pale.
Suffer that misery? Did you not want to study here?
No, I mean, I've had an interest in Greek for some years, of course.
Oh.
But just because the government tells you to do something doesn't mean you can do it. No.
What do you mean?
They told me to study English literature. That I could have understood. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly, unreasonable.
Why? You can study English literature, but studying the English language is hard. Would you not need to understand English to study the English literature? I mean, unless it's translated, but then it's technically... Well, no, it's still English literature. It's just translated into Japanese. Whatever. I see.
Only the other day I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on white washi.
You must be a man of great standing.
Oh yes! So often I'm told.
And often like to be told, it seems. The accusation against you. Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Soseki-san? Soseki-san.
I didn't do it! I didn't commit an atrocious murder!
Murder?
Oh, no, it's alright.
The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife right before my eyes. Before your eyes? Do you mean you saw the attacker? I didn't see anyone. What? If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here? Oh dear, it seems this case is becoming rather complicated. Already. Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be... Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? How dare she be assaulted in front of my person? How dare she? That bitch. How dare she get stabbed in front of me? Like what the fuck, dude? It's the curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritatingly inconvenient. Saseki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker. It's vital that we find out more about the case. About the case. It was an accursed evening, just after the snow had started to clear with heavy fog. I had been to the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back to my accursed lodgings. Sure the bookshop wasn't accursed too? As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I made out a soul silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wavering a green overcoat she was, as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a scream and collapsed on the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. Oh my god. How terrible. I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard. This man's speech pattern, dude. What exaggeration there, Brad? You think? I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs could carry me back to my accursed lodgings. That's not good. They'll say it was shameful, I know. But to run away like that. Tell me, Saseki-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous! Don't you think do you think I know any of these fair-haired English? A young woman at that. You've been here for a year. Did you not make any... Oh, you know what? I shouldn't say anything. Shouldn't say a damn thing. Saseki are brothers, he and I. We are brothers, he and I. God. I'm indifferent, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people. My god. Me. I see. Young woman unknown to Saseki-san. At the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anybody pass you? Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one? Oh, great. So the victim was unknown to you, and there was nobody else on the street at the time. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it? What conundrum? Ah, conundrum. Conundrum. What do you mean, Susato-san? What's the conundrum? Well, if Saseki-san what Saseki-san has just told us is true, there's something I can't explain. He says that he didn't know the victim and that there was no one else at the scene. And he apparently fled without having been seen. I did! But if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit. Ah, you! What did you just say? Nothing. I didn't say anything. Oops, perhaps I said a little too loudly. Actually, that's not what's troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Saseki-san actually come to be arrested? It's true, if no one saw him, then why would he be associated with a crime? Unless there was a witness. And he saw an opportunity to accuse someone else. Sorry? He didn't touch the victim and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place? Oh yes, she's right!
It was him.
The accursed great detective. God damn it, Holmes. Of course it was fucking Holmes. Of course it was, dude. What the fuck? Hold on, I need to check in on something.
He led the police to me.
Of all the bad luck! Accursed great detective? Could it be? I shall never forget that man's name as long as I live. With his hearty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. Brash, big-headed, busybody be gone. May you be cursed until the end of your... Everyone thinks his name is Hairlock. Hairlock Jones. End of your days, Hairlock Sholmes. I know it. Mr. Sholmes? Hairlock Sholmes. Hairlock. Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure. It was the morning after the nightmare had unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a sliver of hard cheese when some men suddenly burst through the door. They started shouting at me. This is the police, put the weapon down. He had a knife. He had a cheese knife. Yes, it was a thin sliver, and yes, it was hard, but I wasn't eating a weapon. Disgusting dietary discrimination, devils. Disgusting and dietary discrimination, devils. Ooh. You clearly had a trying morning yesterday.
And there he was in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat.
That Hairlock Sholmes! It's actually just Herlock Sholmes. He's English.
I've since found that out. He's a famous name in detection here in London.
Yes, the great detective is really very well known.
His overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts exactly, apparently. He thinks I'm a knife-wielding madman. Me, this weak, stooped kitten of a man. I would hardly describe you as a kitten.
What great deduction process led him to his conclusion this time? The same great deduction process that led him to believe you were Russian. Do you mean to say that Mr. Sholm's deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable.
Well, the thing is, I was thrown into panic when they barged their way in.
Of course you were. That's only natural.
I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question at me. Impossible English. Fiendish foreign flimflammery.
Well, we are in England. You can't really blame them for questioning you in English.
Good point, good point. But my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. I just kept repeating things like, yes, I do, and I'm fine.
Yes, I do, and I'm fine? What are you, fucking Apollo?
I'm Soseki Natsume, and I'm fine. Next thing I knew was in manacles, and before I knew it, I was thrown in here.
He's an eye twitch. Oh dear, I'm afraid that's hardly surprising. I'm fine? He's not fine now.
I'm Soseki Natsume, and I'm fine. I'm Soseki Natsume, and I'm fine.
Esquire?
Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. Oh, you could just call me Naruhodo. And when we're speaking English, as simple Mr. It's more than enough. Oh, yes, all right. They've really got me. This country is poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Well, Why is it so hard to say yes to me?
Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself, on a study tour.
Student?
I have defended a case in Old Bailey, only one though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means. Oh no, Odo-san. I'm not even the foreign student who was supposed to be here. I'm a sort of locum lawyer, I suppose.
But that armband! That's the mark of defense lawyer from our great empire!
It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend.
A keepsake? I know exactly what they're saying about me.
Oh, who do you mean?
The lawyers. All the British defense lawyers, they won't defend me.
Goodness, why do you say that?
For the same reason as you noted before. When it happened, there was only the victim of myself around. Then I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit.
It must be very hard for you, Soseki-san.
And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them. Someone not to be trusted. I heard them openly laughing about me before. In my earshot without any compunction at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said. And of course the foreigner did it. They even had the gall to say the man doesn't understand half of what's being said anyway. That's awful. They're wrong. I've studied more English than half of the policemen out there on the streets. I've traveled halfway around the world to learn about the people's country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. The more things change, the more things stay the same, huh? So, at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? I'm actually wondering about this man's age. Hold on. Oh, wow. Old student. Alright. Sorry, I had to... No. When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. Soseki-san, it's just that... Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can. For the time being. What do you mean? We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure. Oh, yes, yes! Thank you! I'll be here all alone waiting for you. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. We should be going then, Naruhodo-san. We have a case to prepare for. Alright, time to move. Briar Road we go. Ow, arm. Still sore can work out. So this is where it happened, Briar Road. Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo! Look at this regulation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. The men of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak. That is their job. That is their job, you know. But Mr. Naruhodo, to see with my own eyes. They're often depicting the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, but I never dreamt that I'd ever come this close. It's to a real Bobby's helmet. What? The helmet? Of course. I have to try one on one day. Aww. Well, I hope your Hattie dreams come true. What's the Japanese delegation doing here? Oh, Inspector Gregson! This isn't on the tourist trail, and I'm fairly sure you're well aware. Yes, of course. We're here to investigate. So you've been to the Holden Tales then. What do you make of the criminal? He's not a criminal, as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect. We'll see about that. Japanese look to stick together, I suppose. Wow! Fuck you, buddy! I suppose. Well, do what you will. Doesn't bother me. Bloke's in court tomorrow. Whatever happens, happens. And the verdict's a foregone conclusion. Ugh, stone cold air of rejection. Take heart. London at this time of year is full of stone cold air. That makes it worse somehow. Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read about the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, I've been fascinated by the place. The Yard is the most sophisticated policing organization you can find anywhere in the world, ma'am. Oh, and you know I've always dreamt of wearing a real Bobby's helmet. It does make them look the part, seeing that policeman there with the helmet on. Certainly get the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty of protecting the city. Oh yes, doesn't he look wonderful? Being a London Bobby is hard going, I tell you. Oh really? First thing in the morning, you know what he does? Goes round and rouses labourers on his beat so they can get off to work. What? He wakes people up? Yep. Wraps on their windows at a long pole. Did it myself going back a bit. I had no idea. That's
What? They did that? There's no way they did that. And Bobby works for the people of the town. It's not just another one of his duties. After that, he starts tirelessly patrolling the streets after all day long. He has to cover 20 miles a day. It's a regulation distance. I can't really imagine how far that is, but it sounds like a long way. Let me see. 20 miles? That's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama. On foot? That's definitely taking things a step too far. And when it gets dark, of course, he has the important job of lighting all the gas street lamps. Oh my. I suppose in between all those duties, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well. And chase after the criminals trying to evade the law. I'm not sure you could call it in between exactly. More alongside, but yes. They're expected to handle those jobs as well. We do have men keeling over from time to time, I admit. I always dreamt of wearing those helmets, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruto. He's like, hearing all those duties, I don't want to be a policeman anymore. Your heavy heart will be heavy-headed if you will be my heavy head if you do. Oh God. It happened at around 5 in the evening 2 days ago, just here on the open pavement. Victim, a young woman, was stabbed in the blade with a blade from behind. Is it right that the lady's still unconscious now? You mentioned she's being treated in the hospital. I never said she was a lady. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all. I suppose that means they haven't been able to take a statement, of course. He's a map of the local area. I happen to have it on me. Take it if you want. Really? Are you sure? It's your policy to give lawyers defending suspects the odd bit of information to go on. I haven't exactly accepted the job yet, but still. Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept. Local map has been entered in the court record. Anyway, as far as we know, there's no one else on the scene other than the victim and your fellow countrymen. So who did it? Do you think? Not much of a head scratcher, is it? Well, I know Mr. Natsume is also claiming not to have seen anyone else around, but just because he didn't see anyone, it doesn't mean we can be sure that nobody else was present. I'm sorry I have to tell you, but we most certainly can be sure. How? Because, ma'am, precise moment of stabbing didn't go unnoticed. It what? We have two very reliable witnesses. No, God, 2 witnesses again. It's been 2 witnesses every time. Ah. It's a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see them. There are witnesses now? Who are these witnesses, Inspector? Fellow and his wife. Man's most reliable and respected citizens of all London. He's a copper from the Scotland Yard. Ah! A policeman? That might change things. And this policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment the woman was attacked? Nothing peculiar about that, ma'am. Part and parcel being a bobby, catching them banging the act and all that. Do you think it might be possible for us to ask that policeman a few questions? Be my guest. Be my guest. Ask him what you like. In court tomorrow. Oh. I've no doubt it'll be summoned as a witness. I'll give you something to look forward to. That's that then. He's got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems. Policeman witnessed the incident. It's your judicial assistant. I must warn you, this could make our job very difficult indeed. Yeah, I figured. Yes, as a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned we of that too. Oh, yes, one more thing, Inspector. What? Personality to the suspect. I hear that it was Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. What are you bringing him up for? Was it something I said? The color is drained from his cheeks. Uh-oh. Tomorrow's trial first.
That twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. You going to defend him or not?
Well,
Makes no difference to me, but I will just say this. I'm an lawyer with his salt.
touch this case here without a barge pole. Prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey. Oops. Because prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean?
There's no way to say to that man now. Waste of time trying.
It's a little bit strange, though. Sorry?
The Reaper. He hasn't appeared in court once for a good few years now.
Yes, we did hear something to that effect.
The only people he usually bothers with are the real scum. Master criminals. Violent ones.
Master criminals? The violent ones?
That's right. Yeah, picks his victims. Unlike deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins.
Mr. Natsumi wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely.
That's just my point, sunshine.
Yes, the young woman was stabbed, but he didn't kill her.
Couldn't even say the intent was there. So this is sort of a case I'd be expecting the Reaper to want to sink it. Isn't the sort of case. Sink his teeth into, for want of a better phrase.
It's not exactly a minor infraction, is it?
No, there's got to be more to it. Some reason he's taken an interest.
Really? What sort of reason, Inspector?
You think I can tell what's going on inside the head of that Lord of Darkness? You'll have to ask him yourself at tomorrow's trial.
We're gonna have to face a Reaper again. The Lord of Darkness, as he puts it.
Uh-oh. Who did you hear that name from?
Oh, well, it was Mr. Natsumi who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Sholmes was with the police when they entered his lodgings. I'm sure it was the result of one of Mr. Sholmes' inspirational great deductions.
Fiddle faddle!
Ah!
The man's an amateur. I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere.
Oh.
I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up the scene of crime, wanders around spouting incompetence or all rubbish, and before you know it, he claims to have solved the case.
Yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he? He is a great to Scotland Yard, though, isn't he?
Gibble gabble.
Ah.
Ever seen this before?
Oh, yes, that's Rance Magazine. You know, it's the wonderful publication in which the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes appears.
Yes, well, the wonderful publication, as you put it, sees fit to include several of the Yard's detectives in its stories. And the so-called great detective makes a mockery of all of us. If you ask anyone at the Yard, it's a misadventure to be included in any Sherlock Sholmes tale at all.
I suppose there is an element of that.
We work our socks off, every one of us, only to be frumped in the public thanks to this obnoxious detective. Man's as dangerous to us at Scotland Yard as he is to all our criminals.
That can't really be true, can it, Inspector?
Clearly the great detective and the police have a complex relationship.
Well,
Don't think you're gonna get any more use for me.
Time to investigate.
Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion?
Oh, yes. What is it?
Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this.
By him, do you mean Mr. Sholmes?
Yes, Mr. Harlock Sholmes, exactly.
Look at those shining eyes. Can't wait, can you? Well, Mr. Natsume did blame Mr. Sholmes for all of this, didn't he?
Yes, he did. He really did. Makes him an involved party in the case. Are you just going to ignore that? I hope not. I assure you, it's not simply my selfish desire to meet with Mr. Sholmes again.
The trouble is, we have no idea of the man's address even, so how—
It's Baker Street.
How do you know that?
It's in the stories, of course. 221B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world.
Oh, I see. And there's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. They're trying to find him our way there before Sasato-san gets any more excited and unpredictable.
Hurrah! I'll summon a carriage.
So we're to have a reunion already. The great detective Mr. Harlock Sholmes. It will not be a great one. Examine. Time to examine!
What a delighted snowman. What a delightful snowman.
Didn't realize the English had a tradition of making snowmen as well. Looks a little creepy though.
Oh, it has a scarf, look!
You need one of these in this freezing cold all the time. I wish I had one.
Afraid our budget is somewhat frozen at the moment, too. We certainly can't afford a scarf.
Surely the snowman here wouldn't miss his.
The person who made the snowman certainly would.
Yes, I know, you're right. Anyway, even if I borrowed it, it wouldn't do much around my neck now, would it? It's covered in snow. William Robbins, Daily News.
Oh, that's a Scotland Yard carriage. Use vehicles like that to rush to crime scenes and cart away criminals.
You're very well informed, aren't you?
It's long been a dream of mine to ride
one of those through the streets of London. I'll just pick up a stone and throw it in one of the windows then.
But that would mean being arrested in order to ride it. Wouldn't it? Still, if it's the only way.
Help me find a good stone. No, I wasn't serious. God. It's one of the officers in the Scotland Yard. The police are making sure the crime scene is undisturbed. I have a feeling that if we wander too close, we'll be clapped in irons.
I think perhaps you're being a little overcautious. But nothing wrong, so you have no cause for concern.
Oh no, I'm not getting caught out again. Twice is enough. Twice I've found myself in handcuffs despite not knowing a thing about what's going on.
Yes, you've had some dreadful experiences. I'm sure it's that wide-eyed look of panic you're so prone to. It does you no favors at all.
Such a payment must be where the incident occurred. Oh god,
Yes, it's very wide open space, isn't it?
It's true. Can't see anywhere an attacker could have been hiding. Oi! What are you foreigners doing here?
We
Just missing the sea officer. Conspiring with the most friends of Japan, are you? Are ya? Conspiring? Come here to destroy evidence, have ya? Get out of here before I give you a hiding. Go on.
He chewed us away like rats.
Yes, we should get him a wide berth, I think.
What a disappointing experience.
Oh look! One of the... Oh, God.
Sure they're windows?
Yeah, yes, but they're all filled with bricks.
Oh, you're right. I wonder why.
Perhaps it's an empty property where nobody lives at the moment? Smoke from the chimneys, though. Dear, everything still feels very foreign. I learned about this place. Oh, I'm sorry about the yawn.
Well, a typical brick building, isn't it? Sure, it has a long and interesting history.
Well, time certainly does. It has taken taken a toll on its place. It's crooked and sagging all over. In fact, it looks decidedly worse shape than the other houses around here.
Must find some cheap lodgings ourselves as soon as possible.
Yes, you're right. Cheap, but ideal with reasonably level floors. Beggars can't be choosers, Ryunosuke. If the floors are sagging in there, and it's the only place you can find. You saw this black smoke rising from the chimneys over there? Yes, that's part of what caused the fucking pollution in this goddamn planet. Damn you, Industrial Revolution, bringing so many great innovations, but also bringing about the ways of polluting this goddamn planet. Bitch of an earth.
It says here in Great Britain, many people heat their homes in winter using coal.
The only chimneys I remember seeing in Japan were on top of the bathhouse. Do you think some of those houses could be on fire?
Not at all.
Well, even so, that much thick smoke up to the heaven is surely going to turn the whole sky black sooner or later. Hey! Ryunosuke gets it! God damn it. Gosh, you may be right about that. Oh, what a state of affairs we're in. The whole sky basically is turning black from the fucking pollution. God damn it. God, look at that bike.
Oh, a British bicycle, look! Although the wheel is misshapen, I'm sure you couldn't probably ride or be ridden anymore.
Someone's doing some breakneck cycling.
Seems bicycles have become extremely popular in London recently. There's even a movement to change women's dress to allow them to ride as well.
That bicycle fad won't last. I don't see why anyone would be riding something like that.
Goodness, do you just like bicycles?
No, not at all. I mean, it's not that he dislikes them exactly. It's just that any occupation that involves taking both feet off firm ground seems reckless.
You ever tried walking on stilts and falling into a river? I knew you'd disagree with me. We'll have to hire a bicycle sometime. You can sit behind me if while I ride you around.
My God, this bicycle fad won't catch. Looks like I'll be having to move to Sholmes' place. Ah, M&A.
Thank you very much. It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day. Thanks again.
Goodbye.
This is it. The residence of Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Susato was like, oh my God, I'm at the home of Herlock Sholmes. I love her fucking just starstruck visage, just like, there's a knife there. So this is where the great detective makes his living. Feels surreal to be here somehow. Oh my god. It is it as described in the stories, Mr. Sato? Mr. Sato-san? Many famous cases have been solved here in this very room. Oh, I suppose they must have been, yes. I've never read the story, so it's hard to get quite as excited about it as it seems to be. The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears in the fog down an unlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it, the romanticism! Can't you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, I suppose I can, yes. So if you don't mind, I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Please don't mind me. She's obsessed. My god. Well, looks like our detective friend isn't home and present. How'd you get in then? Who let you in? Excuse me, is anybody home? It's you! Hello! Is it a big new case for, Mr. Sholmes? Hello? Wait. Aren't you? Oh, how rude of me. I'll go and make some tea at once. I'm sure it's the same girl. Mr. Sato, did you see the girl who was just here? Oh yes, isn't it truly extraordinary? To think that the King of Bohemia came here to this very room to ask Mr. Sholmes on his case. The King of Bavaria? King Wilhelm, what the fuck? King Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund von Ornstein. What the fuck is that name? Of course. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventures of Herlock Sholmes for a moment and look over there. Tea's brewed and I have a freshly baked cake as well. Ah, it's you! I knew it. Sasato recognizes her too. Don't gotta read this. The girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McGilded's trial in defendant's antechamber. Oh god. I've never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Poor you, having to get straight to work when you've only just arrived in London. Oh, yes, it was challenging. Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know. Oh, thank you. Is tea supposed to look that color? Oh my, what a fragrant yet mellow flavor. Hooray, it's a winner! Tried blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see? You must be exhausted from your long voyage here. And you have another ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, and you defend a Japanese man. Do wish you lots and lots of luck. Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by any chance? Oh, you know her. Hurley. The only Hurley I know is from Lost. From Lost. From Lost. That's a deep cut that no one will remember. Hurley? Mr. Sholmes to you, surely. This music is bopping though. Mr. Sholmes is a fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see. Was he really? Well, I had no idea.
I'm afraid Hurley's out on errand again today, even though he's just returned from overseas. Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time ever yesterday after the trial, and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things, do you think? And perhaps more to the point, why is she in Mr. Sholmes' suite? Oh, silly me! I haven't introduced myself, have I? It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is
Iris Wilson. Either she's the daughter of the Wilson we hear of, or in the story she's portrayed as a fucking male in his 40s.
Iris Wilson. I live here together with
She's the biographer.
with Hurley. Iris is a wonderful name. What? What's the matter? No, wait, this can't be. Did you just say your name is Wilson?
What's the matter with Susato-san? Why is she so flushed all of a sudden?
Yes, that's right. And what are your names?
Oh, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, lawyer from Japan.
Oh, sorry. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Susato Mikitoba. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely. Susie and Runo. Got it. Susie?
And Runo? There's more to this girl than meets the eye. I have so many questions for her, I don't know where to start.
Yes, and so do I.
Oh, not to be moving, god damn it. I'm not gonna be moving. Converse. Iris.
It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey? Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much. Oh, no, not at all. I'm so sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming. Though at the time, we did have a rather large gun pointed at us. Like this. Thinking back now, you left with Miss Lestrade in tow, didn't you? Oh yes, that awkward witness, Gina Lestrade. Oh, Ginny, of course. She's a professional pickpocket. So we found out. It's very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that. You referring to the trial-disrupting gun-like contraption? Exactly. So I followed her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism in my inventions.
This girl is dangerous.
Anyway, I brought Ginny back here after that, so she could apologize to my trusty technician. Sorry, your technician? Hurley, of course, silly. He's a technician? Hurley? Yes, Herlock Sholmes. We live here together. I had no idea the great detective had such an interesting young daughter. Daughter? No, not likely. What? I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I? Well then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes? Well, I expect you found out the lodgings that any kind in London are expensive.
We were roommates.
And they were roommates. So the solution is to share costs with a partner, a roommate. And they were roommates. Oh my god, they were roommates. Your roommates?
Oh, hold on. I was just about to ask that.
But how old are you?
Not touching that with a 10-foot pole.
Well, what of your mother and father? Oh, no, they're not around. Oh, I see. I wonder what the story is there. Oh yes, there's something I must ask you. Of course, go ahead, Susie. I'm a very great fan of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, and... Oh, you have a copy of Rand's magazine?
Wait, if she's 10, I should be giving her a much higher voice. Hold on.
Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. Ahem. Oh, this is exciting! My stories are being read on the other side of the world!
This is gonna be hell on my throat. My stories?
That's right! Hurley is always solving such amazing cases, you see. He tells me all about them. They really are quite fascinating. It would be such a shame if it was only... if I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think? Goodness. Last night, he was telling me all about a new case he just solved on a steamship, traveling from a faraway land. So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came. So you are the author. Yes, I'll let you in on a secret if you like. I'm going to call the latest adventure The Speckled Band.
The Speckled Band? That's certainly very familiar.
Of course, I always change one or two details in the stories here and there. This time, I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble.
Oh, that was Mr. Sholmes' first thought as well, actually.
Yes, and of course, I know Snake might not be credible for the facts of this case exactly, but it's a story. Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think, don't you?
God.
So, do you mean to say, are the stories about Mr. Sholmes that are published in Rand's magazine all written by me? Yes, no, on my wonderful and very modern typewriter. But all the stories I've ever read are written by a doctor of medicine, by Dr. John H. Wilson.
Susato-san's getting more and more worked up.
Yes, that's me. I mean, my name really is Wilson. But what about the Doctor of Medicine part? That's all true.
You're 10! You're 10! You're 10! How does she have a degree of medicine? I know this is anime, and people get fucking doctorates at goddamn 5. But medicine? At 10? In London? Are they just giving out doctorates like candy over there in London of the 1800s? What the fuck? Of course I drank all of my god, and now my throat is dry. Fucking hell. Oh my god. I kind of wait until, I'm gonna wait 15 minutes to take a break. My throat is fucking dry as hell, though. What the hell?
That's all true. I'm a doctor. I am a doctor of medicine.
No, at 10 years old?
At 10 years old.
That's quite incredible.
But...
Oh, her illusion is ruined. Oh, man.
Dr. Wells is an English gentleman. Yes. I did alter the setting slightly for the stories to be more compelling. Oh. Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow? Yes, it does. It very much does, and is something I'm not going to touch on. I hope the game does, so that I don't have to. How the fuck did these come in contact? How do these fates intertwine? What the fuck? It's creepy, man. I suppose it does, yes. Poor Susato-san. She looks like her whole world is just falling apart. There's that bopping tune again. About before. Yes, what's on your mind, Runa? Do tell me. How did you know that I was a lawyer and we'd just arrived in London, I mean? Yes. Oh, and that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How'd you know all that? Oh, that's what you mean. Please tell us why you did it. Explain every detail. Of course, I'd be delighted. Although there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin. Iris Wilson is proud to present her Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Something she learned from Herlock, I assume? Hold on, if she learned this from Herlock, and she's doing it better than Herlock, why is she thought that she's 10? That's why. Well, she got a degree of medicine, though. Wait. Hold on. If she is better at deducing than Herlock shows, and people just gave her a fucking degree of medicine, and she is expected to probably practice medicine, why is she not the detective? Are you meaning to fucking tell me that for some fucking reason they will not allow her to be a detective but gave her a degree of medicine anyway? First of all, I knew that you were already that you were a lawyer, Runo. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber. But you also said that we've only just arrived in London. How did you know that? I observed a passport and a travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket. Oh. So I was reasonably confident that you must have only just arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted a case against that particular prosecutor, telling me that you were unaware of London's court affairs. The Reaper of the Bailey. I walked right into that one, didn't I? Then I noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited the local prison to meet with a suspect, weren't you? Earlier today. They give stamps for that? This Disneyland? There's just gonna be a stamp there. It's a cool glow-in-the-dark stamp you get in Disneyland. At least that's what it was when I was in Disneyland the last time in 2016, 5 years ago. Was it 2016? No, 2017. Yeah? 2017? Yes, 2017. 2017, 4 years ago. Still, oh my god. They use their stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see. I didn't realize. And the red stamp is only used for people visiting from foreign inmates. Sorry about that. There was a lot of mucus in my throat. Things
there's a lot of nice allergies going around at night.
So that told me, even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus but killed it, the two of you have already had a case of visiting a foreign inmate at a local prison. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face, so I concluded the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case.
My god, she is so much better at this than Herlock. Why is she not investigating these cases?
I see. But how could you have known that the trial is tomorrow? Well, having barely come home a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me that he caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling.
That's not amusing. Why is he laughing?
A Japanese man?
Well, clearly that must have been...
Mr. Natsume. Naruno has that very fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it was clear to me that both of you came from Japan yourselves. So I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. And there was only one conclusion from the facts that led me to... You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. There's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley's always stabbing the notes with a knife. You know, he is silly.
This is all way too much.
And that's all there was to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions. Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct?
They were spot on.
That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction.
You managed the certain something of a Mr. Sholmes delivery.
Oh, well, I was just copying her early style for that.
She's not even the originator of this, and she's way fucking better at it. Girl, why are you not the detective?
This really is good news. Very good news. Can you tell us all about the case involving Japanese man? Won't you, Iris, please?
The case of the Japanese man.
So yesterday, Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying. Yes. Hurley had just arrived back in London after his sea voyage. But the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene.
Ah, the great detective is a popular man, it seems. Although he does have a tumultuous history with the police, and yet they said, hey man, we kind of need your great detective skills.
Apparently one was stabbed on the street, somewhere in town. There were witnesses who had seen a short, shifty-looking stooped man running away from the scene. A short, shifty-looking stooped man?
Mr. Natsume beyond any doubt.
Soseki-san
said that he didn't see anybody else on that street at all. Seems there were witnesses after all.
Hurley used his great deductive powers to determine the man's address. It was a lodging very nearby. He went directly there with the police. And what did they find? A short, shitty-looking stooped man shivering in fear.
Ugh, Mr. Schumer's great deduction certainly hit the mark at that time.
Of course it did, he's a great detective.
Still, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial, isn't it?
Definitely. They have no time to investigate properly. Hurley says that London is rife with crime.
Oh?
Scotland Yard is doing as best they can to stay on top of it, apparently. Oh dear, I hadn't realized the situation was so dire. That's why they can't afford to spend too much time on investigating cases and trying criminals in court. Staff and money are a bit short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person. Man, that's shitty law. That's terrible. I suppose it's the harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice system. I suppose it is. But in that case, I don't hold that much hope for Soseki-san. Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. It's been very informative. Oh, you're most welcome. I've had so much fun. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? As you'd guess, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well. Ah, well, I expect Harley's still investigating the scene. Of course. Of the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, Mr. Natsume. I heard he said he was going to the man's lodgings. Natsume. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there. Iris, do you know where the lodgings are? Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson while you were there? When you were there? Yes, we know Inspector Gregson. Ah, goody! In that case, give Gregson this from me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know. What is this? A 5-shilling piece in a postcard, it seems. It reads, "Tell the gentleman in the black whatever he wants to know. I trust that it won't be a problem." Gosh, this will make the inspector help us, will it? Well, thank you, Iris. Give it a try. Good luck, then. I'm going to return write my manuscript, The Speckled Band. I'll be making special blends of tea, so come back again soon. We'd be delighted. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Iris. She really is a nice girl. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, back to the scene of the crime. Oh, God. So somehow, it's somewhat dubious that they were exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard at all. We headed back to the scene with Iris's curious note and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. To be continued. Not exactly 4 hours, but I will be taking a short break so that I may pee, get a snack, and get a drink. And I advise all of you to also go get a snack, go get a drink, go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, feed your animals if you have any, if they need to be fed, and also let them out. And as always, we will be having our good friend Sora running the stream while we are gone. So I'll see you guys in a bit.
Oof. We're back. Just got myself a nice snack, nice drink, nice bathroom break. We're back to this. Oh god. We're back to this fucking weird ass trial already. Already is a weird ass case. Like, I mean, we're meeting with Sholmes. Of course it's gonna be weird. Just gonna, save again just in case I didn't. And then, gonna go back to it. I'm sorry, is that too soon? Is that too soon? Mr. McGilda just died. 19th February 238 Briar Road. Looks as though the police are still here, carrying on with their investigation. Perfect! So let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible. Yes, and let's still I'll take a break from his chips to look at this silver tip Iris gave us for him. Hello there, sir. I've got a present for you. It's from Iris. Here you go, sir.
Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment?
Sorry to say that I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign gadabouts, that's for sure.
We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson.
What? From me? From a... She's 10. Her ladyship? She's 10. She's 10! From her ladyship? Her ladyship? Give that here at once! Come on, give an overhand. That's for me! Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? What the fuck? What was that coin exactly? It's a silver crown, obviously. It's a lot more than that. It's an appearance fee. That's what it is. An appearance fee? Oh, I see. You mean... That's right, for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. The ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me every time.
Yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly.
Of course, using my name without my say-so does make a butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still. I am sorry, Inspector. This must be difficult. That must be difficult for you. Never you mind that. So, what do you want to know then, eh?
Sorry?
Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. Just won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, for a while. What do you know? But all of a sudden, we give him a fucking like a silver crown from a 10-year-old. And he's like, "Fuck it! Like, you want to investigate? Let's go. What questions do you have for me? What questions? You need questions? I have answers. And answers? I can answer you. Anything you want to know. Like, what the fuck? All of a sudden, he's just fucking happy to be of service. He's like, all right, sir, what do you need? Fucking hell.
Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings.
Ah, the little knife-wielding mustache Japanese fella. Can you please stop just assuming he's the killer? I mean, we have reason to believe our last client actually was the killer. But our first client wasn't. You know, the first client of ourselves, and the second client as well. Of ourselves as well. We don't have a very good track record, do we? It is right there in a right old hovel. It's just over there. Look. Is it the brick-windowed building? That's his bike, isn't it? Oh my god. Mr. Natsume, I'm so sorry. The first floor of that corner where that wreck of a bicycle's propped up. Mm-hmm.
That is nearby indeed.
If I remember rightly, the landlord of Mr. John Garrideb. Right, well, if you see her again, make sure you give her my ladyship my regards, you hear? I mean it. You tell her that Gregson sends his very best wishes. It's because she pays him, right? It's really just because she pays him. Like, that's it. What? That, and she's a very nice girl. She is eccentric, but she's very nice. She's a 10-year-old, so she's got 3 years to develop that mean streak that 13-year-olds get. I mean it. 13-year-olds got a mean streak, man. I was once 13. I didn't get that mean streak. But the people who bullied me did. They definitely got that mean streak. Don't worry, Inspector. We will. Goodbye for now, then. And long live her ladyship. Man, it's weird that you're talking about a 10-year-old like that, but I'm figuring it's just because she pays you. And she pays you very well. I'm pretty sure a silver crown is a lot of money.
Well, at least he told us what we wanted to know before he left.
Yes. So then, shall we go to see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings?
Definitely.
These are definitely, like, more noticeable music pieces than, well, I can't say that because the cornered themes in every game are really good, but, you know. Speaking of, the cornered theme in this is a bit lacking. I'm not gonna lie. This is my snack. Pop it up right there. Mr. Natsume's lodgings. I don't get the joke there. Anyway. Ah. May I help you? Yes, would this be the residence of Mr. John Garrideb? Indeed it would be, sir. Indeed it would, sir. And who may I say is calling? My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Soseki Natsume. I believe he takes lodging here? What was that? We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client. One moment, please. I shall convey this message to Mr. Garrideb. Did you see that, Mr. Sato? It was a real-life English maid. I know. As I understand it, anyone who's standing in English society employs a number of household staff. That was my first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, the state keeps getting better. It certainly feels like we're really arrived now, doesn't it? You only need to meet a butler and the experience will be complete. Well, I'm not sure if I'd go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garrideb will see you now. This way. Oh, God. I know exactly what voice to give him. I do want to examine the things in here. He is definitely a general. He's got cannons everywhere. I don't know what wars he's been fighting in 1800s, but if this guy was American, I know what war she'd be fighting. The room looks fairly ancient, doesn't it? They've been well looked after, though. This man's face looks like a moon. A nice crescent-shaped moon. That old thing? Yeah. No, not much better than rags, really. Oh? Well, that old ceremonial garb in my retirement best, you know. But I'm not one for dwelling on the past, me. Would have gladly turned it out, but you know how it is. Anyway, doesn't hurt to have the odd piece of memorabilia laying around, does it? Oh, I see. Perhaps we should leave the past in the past. Well, I'm gonna give him a shout, if you will. Good day to you, Jordan Garrideb at your service. Go on. I'm sorry. That's what he looks like. Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer. Do you excuse me not getting up? Do excuse me not getting up. I took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Meadow, my way, you know.
earned a little for my pains, but had to withdraw from the service. Handed over my reins and to the up-and-comings.
So he's a retired soldier.
It's a hell of a job getting up and down stairs now. I can't tell you. Don't get out much, as you can imagine.
Yes, it's quite a climb up to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs. You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo. Do you think so? Well, Mr. Karateb, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal.
No, it was nothing. The medal's just a folderol, really. Wouldn't like to offend the general, though, so I grudgingly displayed it on the wall. Why don't you face it down, Joan? Let these good people see it properly. Joan, fetch the... Ah! That is all, woman. Be careful.
Oh, dear me, beg your pardon, sir.
Sorry, they took my skin off my hands.
I shall be more careful, sir.
So anyway, there you have it. In the quiet life now.
Suspect Joan doesn't like her boss very much. She's probably like, this goddamn old coot. Wish I could kill him. I wonder, hold on. Ah, maid, question mark. He's only 46? I thought he was a little older. Yes, I see.
Now then, I see. You want to know about the chap lodging downstairs, is that right?
Yes, we'd be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us.
Only two, please, naturally. Yeah, especially if it helps keep the peace in here in Blighty.
I don't think stirring the tea with a pipe is very good. That's probably some tobacco in it. Tobacco in the tea. Unless he likes it that way. He probably likes it that way, to be honest. I mean, the British did put opioids in their tea for a while.
We've forged an alliance with the German part of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware. This case is very much in the public eye, as well.
Oh, is it?
Even had some famous detectives poking around, you know. His old house, would you believe?
Yes, Mr. Herlock Jones.
Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea at all that detective business.
Oh, but you have a copy of Ragman's magazine here, so...
Eh? Oh, no, anyway,
Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak. So he's in Seki-san's room.
It's a bally nuisance, that's what it is. The whole neighborhood's twisting its curtains now. Don't like it all this fuss. It's jolly unsettling.
So, I take it he's a fan of Herlock, but he was just like, oh,
please, I'm probably conquering already.
That's what I imagine the sound of the man like that makes. He just does it like on the regular. He'll be like sitting there and he just goes, stirring his tea with his pipe. And that's what he does. That's what I imagine it is. Could be completely wrong. I'm probably off base entirely, but whatever. About Mr. Natsume. About Mr. Natsume then, Mr. Garrett, please do tell us.
Ah, yes, Japanese chap. They've only been lodging here for a week.
A week? Where had he been staying prior? Oh, just 1 week? So he moved in very recently then.
I have two lodgers most of the time. Well, ground floor and one just below us. The first floor became available a week ago, so then when... Ah! Dash it all, Joan, do be careful!
Oh my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir. My God. If you want to know my opinion... I thought he was the shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him. Oh? Why? He seemed to have a most nervous disposition, always shaking over his shoulder. Man's had shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I said to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later he's going to get to do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything.
I'll be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure.
Is there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? Yes, oh yes, indeed there was.
She's dying to tell us. The Shady Lodger! No, not that! God damn it. Damn Joy-Con drift. I'm serious, that's Joy-Con drift.
$5 o'clock is dinner time in the Garrideb household, so I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan?
No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour. And with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road.
Oh, I see.
Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary then?
Such as...
Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated.
Well...
Yes? Was there something on?
There's nothing particularly significant, but around that sort of time in... Ah! For the love of God, Joan! What the fuck? What's what you're doing?
Oh, dearie me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir.
Do be more careful, woman!
Of course, sir. If I may narrow hollow. Oh, yes? I have an exceedingly good memory, as far as I remember. Nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all.
This woman is shady.
Oh, really, Mr. Garrideb? The way you're talking about before, it sounded rather like something may have been.
No, well, as I was saying, it was just a trifling matter, really. Nothing of... Ah! Joan dashed it all! What's the matter with you, woman?
Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened.
Oh. She is covering something up. Boy, oh boy, is she covering something up. I intend to find out what it is.
Yes, quite.
Shady Lodger.
Oh my word, yes. Man is shadier than an orchard. Could you elaborate? Well, take the man's room. Absolutely stuffed full of books it is. More than anyone could ever read. He never so much as passes a time of day without another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. He just trots off to the old bookshop every single day, comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. The funny little man is up long past the time everyone is, and the house has gone to bed too.
Oh, I see.
Temperature on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night. I've never known that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning.
Wow, why is this just me? Like, why is he just me? Should give him my voice, man. Ah.
Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Oh! I understood that neither lodgers live on this floor of the house, is that correct?
That's right, yes. They're both below us on the first floor on the street level.
Then, how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? Precise times they come back in the evening, for example, even the times they go to bed.
Ah! Good grief, Joan! Be more careful, woman!
Oh my goodness, sir, I'm terribly sorry, sir.
Something doesn't add up here. Yep. Yep. Nothing adds up.
Nothing adds up.
Mr. Natsume. Ow. Mr. Natsume's room. Get my tongue there.
Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on?
Why, certainly. Just below us on the first floor.
And Mr. Sholmes is investigating in there even as we speak?
Yes, told me not his name. No, told me not his name. Asked him to look into some matter, so I gave him the.
Somebody did not tell him that. But somebody hates him.
So I gave him the key.
There's no way engaged in Mr. Sholmes' services?
That's a blatant lie.
Would it be alright if you also allowed to look around? In Mr. Natsume's room, I mean.
Don't see why not. Just down the flight of stairs.
Who knows if we'll find anything that could help us with the case, but we have to try. Well, if the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we?
Yes, and while we're there, we can speak with Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps we'll be able to tell us more.
She's just infatuated with Sholmes. I want to know. Hold on. I want to know about the cannon. There's that Fossa cannon. What's it doing in here?
Oh my, it's real. I thought it might be a replica.
That whole thing? Yeah, bah, it's a little more than a toy.
Sorry?
The army was selling it off when I retired, so I decided to give it a new home. Never know where enemy want to take next. So they have to solid. Have a cannon right about the house.
Really? Isn't overkill?
Be prepared, I always say. Never know where this twitched world is going to throw at you next, boy.
Do you think there may be trouble brewing, Mr. Garrotep?
Always is. Take Joan here. Never fails to have a clean apron in reserve. Dries him over a bell, you see. Dry well on the dry well on the cannon there. Joan tells me, which rather proves my point, I feel.
Use drying rack. No wonder the huge cannon looks like he's hanging his head in shame. What is on the floor there? What is on the floor there? What is on the floor there? Sure. Surely, yes, it certainly seems like someone's trying to hide something from view. What could be behind it, I wonder?
I'm going to have a very quick look. Just a little peek.
Maybe let's not, Mr. Sato. I think the mage is going to head us off with a cup of tea.
It's quite like a medal of honor. Showcased a very grand manner.
Yes, based on pride, I would say. Although it bothers me that it's not straight.
What, that whole thing?
Sorry?
Oh, I should be glad to see it back in the back of it. The general would turn his brave fighter spirits. The war's the best place for it. Keeps a better thing out of the way.
So it's just been polished to shine by accident, I suppose. Look. Let me see. It says, for distinguished participation.
You got a medal of participation.
You tried.
I love that it just has a medal of participation on its throat as well. One doesn't like to blow one's own trumpet, but I was given that from my tribe in the army. Cousin Mister, an officer by the name of Middlesbrough's name, of course. Common knowledge in the military circles.
Beg to differ, but whatever. The portrait of Mr. Garrett is glaring at me, I swear. Have you noticed that all the little frames contain photographic prints of Mr. Garrett as well? Yes, and there seems to be a statue of a lion on the mantelpiece as well.
Ah, yes. Seemed to come back from the local pawnbroker with that little trinket.
Seemed to come back? What do you mean?
Chap who runs the place is Bally Wizard. Went into Seracom and came out with that thing. In point of fact, now that I think about it, rather far from finding myself leaving the place something I don't need.
The iron ornament certainly does seem to surplus to requirement. What? Zeta-san doesn't pull her punches or throws for that matter. Are these shells? Oh my god. Are those mortar shells? They're enormous. Ah, I hadn't noticed. What are they doing here?
Ah, those old things. There's a couple of rounds actually fired into the barracks room training you know. Been a bit of a colorful regiment folklore that incident.
You mean you deliberately hunted out the spent shells?
Well, I would say, I wouldn't say deliberately exactly. They were only scrap iron after all. Usually just thrown away, I believe. But you never know when those things might come in useful, you know? Do you?
Just for what exactly?
Yes, well, Joan here did manage to knock one of the belly things on my foot the other day while she was dusting.
Oh no!
Hadn't shed a tear since 1869 before then, you know.
We considered throwing them away? Yeah.
Oh, the books.
Does he have a pile of books here, Mr. Garadab? Do you enjoy reading?
Never experienced a lot in winter, boy. That's a long. No better way to pass time than in front of the fire with a jolly good book.
Oh, there's a copy of Friends magazine here, I see. No doubt Mr. Garadab enjoys the adventures of Sherlock Holmes too. The great detective has a great many followers, it would seem.
Looks like that's all I can do here. The jolly good. Oh wait, the dinner table.
Oh, what? Dinner table. Oh, but the there we go. Oh, look! What a wonderful collection of cakes lined up on this gleaming silver cake stand. Lined up? It looks more like someone's half demolished them than me. Afternoon tea time is full of indulgence, you know. It's quite the English way. And it is Mr. Garrett's custom to take 2 cakes with his tea. That sounds delightful. Oh, wait a minute though. There are at least 10 cakes on the stand. Well, naturally. It would never do to waste the leftovers. So whatever Mr. Garrett doesn't eat, I say to myself, Joan, you shall have to tidy up. So she makes 2 cakes for Mr. Garradub and then just 8 for herself. I mean, hey man, no shame. Cakes are probably good, but like, damn. How magnanimous of you.
Alright, looks like I done everything I can here. It's time to move to Mr. Not Smizzy room.
We have like 18 minutes, so it's probably gonna be one conversation with Sholmes. Oh my god. He has a kitty! Oh my goodness, he has a kitty! What? Just look at this place. And smell it, it's so musty in here. What? Man. He lives in luxury up there, but he has bricked up windows in here. God damn, what the hell? I suppose it's the mountains of old books that are responsible for that. Sato's like, cat. Oh, never mind. I think I've ever seen so many books in my entire life. No, me neither. It's so dark in here, too. Is that the window over there? Well, it was the window, I think. Oh, it was upon a time, yes. For some reason, it was coated with bricks and mortar. This is where Mr. Natsumi lives. Where does he sleep? By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere. He's like in the middle of the pile of books. He's gonna pop his head out. He's like, Is that what I think it is? No, that's true, but according to Miss Garrett told us, the correct detective should be around here somewhere investigating. He's the cat. I almost assumed he's just gonna be like in the books. Cat. Ah, kitty. I love cats. Oh, I love cats so much. I can't pet them though. Damn cat dander allergy. Thank God I'm not allergic to dogs, but like it's a bad cat. It's a bad cat allergy. Like I start getting like stuffed up. I get allergic. I get a little bit choky. Start having a hard time breathing. If I touch that cat and touch my eye, my eye gets irritated. You know, it sucks. Oh my, what an adorable little cat! Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master is away. I don't know about that. He disappeared in that pile of books as quick as a flash. It was a tricolor Mike, wasn't it? Do you even have that sort of cat here in Britain? Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan. That's made me feel homesick now. Already? We've only been here in the country for 2 days. Yeah, but it feels like we've been here for fucking weeks. Lucky cat. Oh, look, it's a beckoning cat from home. It's big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that Maneki Neko all the way from Japan with him. How do you think you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo? Are you forgetting you know Mr. Rumata that you brought in your luggage? Well, it can be dangerous traveling abroad. I want a lucky charm. Oh. Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same. His cat shared a beck and good luck to him. It's not doing a very good job so far, is it? Yeah. You mustn't say such things. Just read my mind? Like again? Oh. I didn't say a word! Why are my eyes such a giveaway? All those books stacked up there, almost reaching the ceiling. It all works of English literature. They all smell so musty. With this volume of books at hand, you'd never be short of reading material, would you? No, what a dreamy idea. A bad dream, maybe. For me, at least. I guess he doesn't partake in reading. Mind you, I don't imagine the books that are at the bottom of the pile will ever be read again. So reading is an experience that comes about once in a lifetime, just as the tea ceremony teaches us. I didn't expect the conversation to turn down the paths of tea ceremony philosophy. Just had to switch headphones. Alright, I'm gonna guess. Okay, that is not. Oh. Desk. The desk seems to have in a crevice into a crevasse. Between the mountains of books on either side. I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit here and read while stroking his cat. Surrounded on all sides by towering old tomes. Surely he dreamt of books every night as well. Yeah, he must have done, wasn't he? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from the second-hand bookshop. Your books. Heh. Oh yes, Mr. Natsume's name is on it, huh? Look, the date of the purchase. 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. That's the day of the incident. That's just a short while before he was embroiled in the terrible attack. He must have been on his way from buying some old books. Second-hand book receipt. Okay. Window. Should you even call this a window? I think so. It was a window at one time, after all. Although it remains, all that remains is a frame around some bricks now. So really, it's just a wall then, isn't it? But why would anyone deliberately break it up like that? I'm afraid I have no idea. Ah! Perhaps Mr. Natsume painted the bricks. Design on a foot of whimsy, uh-huh. Ugh, that's alarmingly feasible. I mean, you know, yeah. Anyway, whatever reason, the lack of ventilation here makes this place very oppressive. It does. I imagine being cooped up in a room like this would be extremely trying. Is that why it's so eccentric and weird? Okay, I already got the books. He's got the books. Yeah, he's got it. He's got the books. Get. Found him! Hello there, sir. Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo! Aha, there he is. Where did he appear from? Seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes! Ah, you two, good day! Now, let me see, where was it we met? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, we were together on the SS Boolia! Yes, of course, the Boolia. And let me see what happened on that voyage. It was Cosmo Sogi. He died tragically, but you were a great help to us. Ah, yes, but of course, the case of Miss Usogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it? Oh, well, you seem to remember something of it at least. What an honor to be remembered vaguely. What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Sherlock Sholmes. Oh man, you remember me in the vaguest sense of the word. This is Mr. Oh, no, dear madam, my dear madam, hold your tongue. I pride myself in superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Miss Naruhodo and Mr. Sisato. Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes. Ah! Lose the first round. Oh, God. Back on his shit, I assume. In truth, I'd hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London. But some Scotland Yard as they ambushed me on the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. Solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes. So we apprehended Sasaki-san in that short amount of time. And I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of past involvements a little. A little? It is a mistake to think that one's brainetic has elastic walls and can distend to an extent. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should elbow out the useful ones. Yes, those are my words of inevitable wisdom, you know. An adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately my associate pens them beautifully. It means Iris, I suppose. Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about this trivial case you mentioned. Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madam, I should only be too pleased, and this musky room is an apt place to discuss this murky case. It's rather romantic, don't you think? Discussing such a murderous case in a musky old room. It's not romantic at all, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, but to you it isn't. But one man's trash is another man's treasure. It doesn't really apply here. Natsume's arrest. You know the speed of the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Saseki Natsume. It seems you were assistant in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes. For the stabbing of a young woman outside her here on Briar Road. Natsume. Yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines. Miss Natsume denies it. Is it really justifiable to arrest him on so little? I'm sorry, Mr. Sato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean. What? What? I can't believe I was looking at Sato squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I'm not merely feigning ignorance. It appears as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Oh? How? I assure you I have no correct recollection of accusing your astute compatriot of a crime. But that doesn't make sense. The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man fleeing the crime scene. Ah, a man seen fleeing. There were a number of books scattered on the pavement of the scene. Book plates, I was able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On the speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to his address. Elementary, would you say? I believe there's a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question. So, you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit, then? That I could not tell you, but it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place has such a trove of fascinating books, and as I've quite lost in the bibliography. Bibliophily. Do not be deceived into believing that a man with leisure. No, no. No, no. Oh dear. I thought this was the angry room for a second. Tell me, have you encountered a landlord of these lodgings? Yes, Mr. Garadeb, a retired military man. It's the first time I've ever met a soldier from the Great Britain institution that is the services. Wow, okay. And it's the first time I've ever met a maid from the Great British institution that is service. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid. Yes, I read as much as my Great Britain primer. And so conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein. Betoken their social standing? Sorry? Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family. Goodness, how extraordinary. How extra, you mean? As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is the first in importance. I had no idea. And it is for precisely that reason I find it greatly stimulation to assess the situation upstairs. Specifically in the time retired army veteran Mr. Gon Gerideb. John Gerideb. Oh? Affable as he is, the fellow was hiding something. Though not as imposes on the circumstances of his case, I am yet unable to ascertain. I'm thoroughly lost in what he means to say. He's hiding something, you fucking idiot. The thing you figured out. Spit all over myself. Dingy room. This room is thoroughly suffocating the soul, my dear fellow. My dear fellow, I assure you, any man whose lot is to dwell in this place, such as this, will stab somebody sooner or later. Mr. Natsume stabbed no one. Ah, but sooner or later, as I said. I don't believe that's the issue here. About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window? Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there was a window. There is a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked with bricks. Ah, I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. What? Window tax? What is that? Surely not a tax on windows. Precisely that. There is no way that that's a thing. Oh my goodness. Until relatively recently, a tax was leveled on households in this country by the number of their windows. What? There's no way that's a thing. Those of lesser means have inherited a sizable and costly family home, perhaps rapidly close windows up, while the rich open their windows here and there and everywhere. They have to curry favour with those in the power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light. Indeed, disease was rife as a result. So, 40 years ago, or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, as you can see. Squalid lodgings such as these, for example. So Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. A little digging. I discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price. I wonder why! Because this room is so awful, I should think. Apparently Mr. Natsume only moved here about 1 week ago. Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Oh? Still, that is of little relevance here. A matter not worthy of further attention. Are you sure? I'm curious now. Okay, we're gonna get done with this scene, and then we're gonna save and we're gonna leave. Well, I believe I've told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? You remember that, did you? Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter? I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? I'm not sure. Not sure? On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really? Well then, I congratulate you, sir, on the ambition realized, and so promptly, too. The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence? Yes. Trust. Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Natsumi didn't do it, did he? Ah! My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea! Oh, but I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Ah, yes, that was indeed my initial intention. But there's simply too many fascinating books here. Couldn't possibly ignore them. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room. There are witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. Ah, one more thing. Oh, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us. I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I am quite sure the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Mr. Garrett is? Mr. Sholmes said as much before, actually, didn't he? Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case. Mr. Naruhodo, as yet our investigations, as of yet, covered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsumi's innocence. No, you're right. Perhaps time we probe a little deeper into Mr. Garrett's secret. Just remember, you cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. Busy man indeed. Going back to his book in the corner of the room. Okay, we're gonna move back to Garrett's room, where he apparently is no longer. Oh, never mind. Ah, move there again. Tell me, Detective Chap, I forget his name, still hard at work down there? Mr. Harlock Sholmes? Ah, yes, right. Rings a vague bell. That detective business isn't my really theme, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there. Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, June. Now then, why don't you tell me what... Ah! For the umpteenth time, woman, will you watch that... What your Ballywell doing? I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir. Ah, yes, of course. Right, rude with me, but I'm sure very shall have to ask you to take your leave if you'd be so kind. Oh, yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for your assistance. Not at all, not at all. I don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourself. Been a pleasure. Yes, of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garrett is hiding something. Seems no other avenues of investigation seem open at this moment. Perhaps we should do some digging. Next time. We should do some digging next time. For you see, we are 6 minutes over. So yeah, we're just gonna stop here. As you may well already fucking know, we are not stopping until this thing is done. So, we will be streaming this until it's done. So, don't remember my off days exactly. We'll post them later on tonight, hopefully. But rest assured, we're gonna be doing this game again. I don't know how far we're gonna get. Like, honestly, we have this and another case left. But usually these cases are long in the tooth. So, yeah. But, yeah. That is all for now. So, I'm hoping... So, I'll see you guys next time, whenever that is. I hope you are having a fantastic night/day wherever you live, and bye.
are so glad you came. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye now. Bye. Bye-bye. Remember, please discard all candy wrappers and popcorn containers in the nearest trash receptacle.